Hello, everybody. Hello, chat. Hello, 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 hello. Hi, everybody. Should probably boot up my model. Hey, Noel, man. Let me get my model booted up. My day has been... What? Oh my gosh. So I had a situation happen previously where I had this thing happen where my file explorer wasn't opening. Or like it would open but it would freeze. I couldn't get to any folders. I couldn't do anything. So I started going through this whole process trying to solve it. Before I thought it was because my stuff was defragmented because I found a drive that needed to be fragmented and I restarted the computer and then it happened again. Restarted the computer, things were fine. And then it happened a third time. And I'm like, okay, hold on. We need to figure something out here. So I started investigating and didn't just restart the computer because I needed to find answers. And I found out through process of elimination, the USB drive I had plugged in as a backup drive that I would put stuff in as backup data was failing and was like causing the rest of the computer to like crash when I would try to open the file explorer. As soon as I unplugged that USB drive, everything went back to working normally. But one of the things that happened while I was trying to figure that out was I uninstalled AVG, and I've reinstalled it since then. But now it's like, gotta redo all my settings where it's like, do you want to allow this app to do this thing? I'm like, yes. So it was just acting up when I was trying to boot up my model. It was like, did you know your app is trying to modify a log? I'm like, yes, it is the log for that app. Okay. Alrighty. Let's get to it. Also, if you're watching the stream and you haven't liked yet, if you're watching on YouTube, if you could like the stream, it helps the algorithm with getting it out to more people. It really just helps out if you can do that thing. Yeah, everything worked out. Everything's fine now. Like I said, as soon as I unplugged that USB drive, my computer instantly started working perfectly fine. Am I back? Where's my model? Come on. There we go. Okay. So I have had an interesting week. Why is my model staring off into space? Model is just staring off into space and I'm not doing anything weird. There we go. There we go. So had a whole thing happen. So like I've mentioned before, that Thursday nights into Friday mornings is always interesting for me because I'm up late for Critical Role. And then I was working on stuff, doing some test stuff for Gitter, like doing some working on doing homebrews, because in case you didn't notice, the DMV made a new update of the Gitter document, and he put a lot of work into redoing the formatting to make it so much easier to read. And I got that, and he sent me a copy of the editable document so I could put my stuff into it for my own game. And I was copying stuff over, and it took me forever to figure out how all the page breaks and stuff worked, and getting everything organized was like a whole experience. But it worked. But it was interesting working on that. I had so many ideas. It's funny. I haven't even run Gitter. And I'm already making all of these tweaks and changes. I'm a constant tinkerer. I'm a constant tinkerer. But because I just have ideas about doing stuff like, I had this whole idea in Gitter. It has this thing that's kind of a, not really a throwaway thing, but kind of a side thing where it's like, you can find scrap as a universal resource of raw materials. It's usually valued at 100 credits per ton, and you can get 1 ton for every point in Constitution a mech has that you take down, and you get half the tonnage of the weapons in scrap, right? So, and it's multiplied by, like, if it's a large, it's times 2. If it's a small, it's size 1/2. If it's a medium, it's times 1. And so on. And like that in and of itself is like, oh, okay, that's something I've tinkered with before, right? I tried doing that for my Lancer game about a thing about like, you get this much mana of resources for every enemy you get, but we didn't have any way to do anything with that, so it just kind of flopped. Didn't really do much. But then V had this idea of, if you're using scrap, you can do the thing that when you do a field repair or a short rest, it takes raw materials to repair your mech. So you use 1 ton of scrap for every 10 HP that you recover. So that's like, oh, that's a cost, but didn't do that for long rest. And I was like, I really like that cost. I really like that cost, and it got me thinking. So then I put together this rule about like, hey, Nabiru, I put together this house rule that it was going to be like, when you do a short or long rest, for every 10 HP you regain, you spend 1 ton of scrap. But if you were repairing in a city or a place with access to a scrap dealer, you could substitute credits at a rate of 150 credits per ton of scrap that you're replacing. Because the idea is, you sell scrap at 100 credits, but you buy scrap at 150 credits. And I was like, that adds this whole dynamic to it. But then as I was thinking about it, I'm like, that kind of puts an unfair like burden on marshals, on martial characters, because they're going to be losing the most HP. They're going to be having the most HP to recover. So I was like, that doesn't feel right. So then I was looking at, well, what if we have a thing where you spend scrap to recuperate spell slots? What, like, your spells, when you cast them through a mech, consume raw materials, so you have to use up some raw materials of scrap. Yeah, that's the... Well, the thing is, in D&D 5e, marshals get like, martial characters are very strong in the early game, but by mid to late game, the spellcasters are infinitely more capable. And it just becomes a punishment. Like, being a martial character, being a fighter, barbarian, monk, you have so many penalties. It would be one thing if it was like the spellcasters had to pay it, because the spellcasters always get more stuff given to them. That would be a balancing nerf. But I was like, I wanted this to be a thing that affected everybody. And so I came up with another rule that you would, for every 2 spell slots you recover because of a long or short rest, you spend 1 ton of scrap. And again, if you're doing it in a city, you can replace it with 150 credits per ton of scrap you replace. Originally, I was going to do 1 ton of scrap for every 1 spell slot, because that was just simple. But then I realized, oh, that really burdens casters a lot more than I was comfortable with. It ends up with the casters spending, towards the mid to late game, when I looked at average HP totals, casters were spending almost twice as much scrap as a martial character. And I was like, that's rough, so I cut it down. And also, that makes characters like an Eldritch Knight really, really in trouble, because then they're recuperating a lot of HP and spell slots. So, I didn't, and that was the thing, Nabiru. I didn't want the scrap. Hey, Crispy Synchron, how you doing? I didn't want the scrap thing to be a balancing thing. I wanted it to add immersion and depth to the game. But so then it was like, okay, so if I do this, so then they need scrap to repair their mechs. Oh, you finished your animation? Nice! I guess it's really topical that I contacted you then. That's really funny. I'll tell everybody about that in a second. So then I came up with this rule where it was like you could forage for scrap. And then I made the thing where since rangers can double what they find when they forage, they can double that. So it became kind of a sideways buff to rangers. And then there was the whole thing that like magic, like HP regained through magic was essentially free, except the spell slot had to be paid for. And things like Lay On of Hands from the Paladin is really powerful because it's healing that doesn't cost a spell slot. So that way it's just free. And it was an interesting sideways buff to some things. But then, so I was working on that. I've been working on that kind of stuff all week with the counterbalancing and all of that stuff. That's interesting. Instead of reducing HP, you increase your odds of landing your finishing move. Then how do you? Where's the risk of defeat? Oh, wait, instead of the enemy HP. So every time you hit, okay, I thought you meant like your HP where it's like the more damage you take, the higher chance you have of landing your thing. Okay, so the enemy deals damage to you for your idea, but you like wear it out on the enemy to be able to land your finishing move. Okay, that's interesting. I know there are some Toku themed TTRPGs out there. There are a few of them, and it's really funny. V, the guy who made the Get in the Robot thing that I'm going to be talking about tonight, I found V's channel from one of V's things making Kamen Rider Eternal for D&D 5e, a homebrew to add, be able to play as Kamen Rider Eternal in 5e. And V has all this like Kamen Rider and anime and game theme stuff. If you're losing and about to fall in battle, you can attempt your finisher. That would be interesting. Oh, I'm sorry you're having a headache, Noel, man. So, last night, I watched Critical Role. Good episode. Very fun episode. Set up for some interesting things. It looks like Critical Role is getting ready to do like a Avengers Endgame. We're all here featuring the characters from all three campaigns working together to save the world. And apparently Matt Mercer said in one of the cooldowns that depending on how things go, they might have special one-shots where the players step back into their old characters from past campaigns in order to do the different parts of the mission, even though since they're all happening simultaneously. So people are like, that might be a thing that happens. And that would be really cool. I mean, I'm not as attached to the other campaigns of Critical Role as I am to Critical Role Campaign 3. It was on a different scale, Crispy. It was, but you're right. It was a thing with like cameos and characters arriving. Yeah, a legacy writer movie. Yeah. So I was, uh, I was talking to Okusen last night, as I want to do. Like, we talk a lot. We're like really close friends. And we were talking about animation, and wasn't animation. We were talking about movies and about Hollywood and about like different types of movies. And we were having not quite an argument as much as just a disagreement on some of the situations. And Okusen expressed that like they felt like the movie industry was like because of how unrealistic studios had gotten with how they want their profits to go and all of the bad practices, things that it had gotten, just they couldn't get much worse. And I'm like, I think they can totally get worse. Yeah. I won't go into the specifics of it, but then we kind of, whenever we talk, we tend to spiral off on tangents. And we were talking about different types of movies like Bollywood and other things. And I was like, you know what? I would love to see. I would love to see more mech movies, more mecha movies, sci-fi mecha movies and we start talking about how like they have the kaiju, they have Pacific Rim, they have the Monsterverse and that kind of stuff. And I'm like, see, the thing, and they've got Transformers, and the thing that a lot of people like get frustrated with Transformers and with the Monsterverse is that it focuses so much on the human story when like a lot of people want to see stuff more stuff with the giant robots and with the kaiju and with all the stuff, right? And I was like, when will Hollywood realize that if you want to tell a story that focuses on the people and you still want an excuse to do giant robot action, the secret is to put the person in the robot? Like, I would love to see them do a thing like a redo of like G Savior, right? And then I start talking about Robot Jocks, classic movie. I love that movie. And it's funny, I mentioned Robot Jocks, and hey, we're glad to have you, Noel, man. I'm glad you're here. I hope that being here is going to be a good experience for you, Noel, man. But yeah, the Transformers movies, people were just going to see them even though everybody was talking about how bad they were, right? And I've seen some different takes on the Transformers movies and breaking down the situation and the personas and of the different characters and who was justified, who was really the bad guy. Different takes, people breaking down the Michael Bay movies. And it's funny, when I was talking to Jalen the other day, Jalen didn't realize that Bumblebee and Rise of the Beasts was a reboot of the Transformers movie franchise. And I was like, yeah. Yeah, that's true. I was like, yeah, the and Okusen didn't believe me at first when I was like, no, those are reboots. You look at like, I didn't even watch them and I know they were reboots. I saw previews, I've read about them, and I'm like, the main bad guy from Rise of the Beasts was Unicron. And in the Bayverse movies, Unicron was sleeping inside of Earth. Like, it's just different. And then Okusen was like, but they look the same. And I pulled up pictures of how they're looking, and I'm like, Okusen, they're completely different in design, but you also think most humanoid robots look the same. Because Okusen has mentioned that, like, they're not a big fan of Gundam because they feel like for all of the different universes and timelines of Gundam, since they're all just humanoid robots, Okusen has mentioned that to them, most mobile suits just look like the same mobile suit. Hey, LeMay. And so anyway, we were talking and I was like, you know what? If I'm going to complain about it, something like that. And so, yeah, but like, whenever I would show Okusen stuff about Zoids, because the Zoids are based on different animals, most of the Zoids Okusen can tell apart. I featured in one of the in the campaign that I run on Sundays for Lancer a whole faction that was using Zoids, but it was really funny. They were like the faction was using Saber tigers, right? So they were these tiger feline Zoids. And for like the first bit, and even sometimes still now, Okusen would refer to them as wolves or dogs. And when I would be like, why? And they're like, because they're quadrupedal. And I'm like, not every quadrupedal animal is a dog. Not every quadrupedal animal is a wolf or a dog. And that was a fun conversation. But anyway, so I was like, you know, it'd be great to just see more like videos and films that like did, because I loved, so as much as G Savior was like a mess, it was an absolute mess of a show, of a movie, right? I liked its format in which you had people and actors and actresses doing live action stuff for like the drama, the interaction, and then when it would cut into the inside of the cockpit, it was an actual set with a person in the cockpit in a suit moving and pressing buttons and stuff, right? And then when it would get to the actual like mobile suit action, it cut to like CGI stuff, right? Or like what they did in Robot Jacks, where it cut to like some kind of like model kit models doing stuff, right? And that whole kind of setup, right? For integrating the special effects and the live action, right? And I was like, I guess if I want more of that, I should work on making more of that. And I made a joke. I was like, maybe I should get my action figures and model kits, like my Gundam action figures and model kits out of storage, which I still need to get my stuff out of storage anyway, but that's a different story. I'm like, maybe I should get them out of storage and then learn how to do stop motion and work on doing some films, right, myself. just like shooting stuff and learning, because I've seen people do stop motion. Even like young people have experimented with stuff and done stop motion stuff, right? So I'm like, I know it's doable. And I'm like, maybe I should do that. I mean, and then I was like, but then I have to like kit bash things if I ever wanted to like. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Crispy. And I was like, um, and then I was just like, well, uh, that's a whole thing that I could just get into, um, and like put together. But the problem is, if I wanted to like release my own stuff, I would have to like kit bash or modify the model kits to make them not recognizable as Gundam units. Because like if I wanted to release any of my own stuff, right, I couldn't be doing Gundam stuff unless I was intentionally doing like a Gundam fan animation, right? So I was like, that's gonna be a whole lot, right? And then Okusen was like, or here's what you do. We learn Blender and do animated films. I might take inspiration from those, but like I'm not super like drawn to a lot of those things. But I was actually thinking of Red versus Blue, Nabiru, how they pulled that off. And I was like, what do I do with that? And Okusen was like, or we learn Blender and we just animate the stuff. VR acting, I've heard about that. Where you get like VR tracking things, tracking software, and track people's movements and stuff. Like you still have to clean up the recordings, but like you can do that. Yeah, I remember those were really cool with your Yu-Gi-Oh battles, right? Yeah, I remember you did the clickbaity stuff where you're like, Kaiba finally defeats the Pharaoh, and it was the whole thing where Kaiba defeated the Pharaoh, but the Pharaoh tagged out with Yugi, and Yugi knew the solution to win. So like Kaiba still lost because Kaiba has to lose, but Kaiba outsmarted the Pharaoh. I remember that. That was a really interesting clickbaity turn of events. Oh, that one was animated? Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't know you've been releasing more stuff. I'm such a bad friend. I haven't been keeping up. Who's sending me messages? What's sending me messages? What's dinging? Oh, all your previous ones. Okay. So I was like, Blender's free. And if I learn 3D animation, I can save up my money. Nice. I was like, I can save up my money and I can pay someone to make original mechs. Even if they're like low resolution, low quality, or I could like make some simplistic ones myself. Oh goodness, Nabiru. I don't even want to know what that means. Cinema roll. As Blue Eyes Dragon. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. You got the cinema roll Blue Eyes. I don't even know what that is. What is that? Hold on, let me look that up. What the heck? What is... I'm so confused. Chat, what? Sanrio character, Kaiba Cinema Roll. Hello Kitty is a legend. I did not know that Hello Kitty wasn't a cat. That kind of threw me for a loop. Hello, Chicken Mans. Good to see you. Haven't seen you in a while. What have you been up to? She speaks from the heart, but does she eat from the heart too? Hey, Forever. Welcome in. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. So, you've been playing Warframe. Ooh, what frame do you play? Chicken Mans? My favorite's always Rhino. I know it's a simple frame, but like I love me Rhino. It's big, it's bulky, it's durable, and you generate so much HP that you just don't care. I remember there was a combo I did where I would do something to buff my armor. There was like a thing you could get from that chair. There was an ability you can get from the chair that lets you. I think I had to feed it a different frame, and like I can buff my armor by a certain factor, and then while that's active, I do the thing where I get essentially a temporary HP pool that's based on my armor. And because of how it multiplies, you can end up with like thousands or millions of points of HP. A Goskonosaur as well. I used to be really into Warframe. I went through a whole Warframe phase. And I loved it. I still kind of miss it sometimes. The setting was interesting. But like, I don't know, the frames just felt too organic-y. I wanted more like mech looking things. And like you just get all of this weird eldritch horror stuff. And that just wasn't the vibe I was looking for. Oh, Sevagoth, that's the one with the ship. Oh my gosh. That's all coming back to me. I loved the whole thing with the ship. What were they called? The rail? Not Star Rail. You wonder what my special interest is. I don't think I've ever been secret about what my special interest is, Crispy. Railjack, that's it. I worked so hard to grind out my Railjack when it came out. And I used to do so many missions, and I was so sad that like there weren't a lot of really great missions to do with your Railjack. Right? I used to go on adventures with my clan every night. Not every night, but like every few nights, like every week or so, we would do Railjack missions. And the problem was that like my clan, I don't remember what it was called. Not clan, guild, organization, whatever. They were really popular, so they had dojo, yeah. They were really popular, so they had a thing that if you go more than like 7 days without logging into the game, they kick you from the dojo. And I got to the point when I was so busy with life, I didn't really have time. And it became more of a chore where I was logging in and running things, not even to enjoy the game, but just to keep from getting kicked from the dojo because I wanted to be able to hang out with my friends. But at some point I realized I wasn't hanging out with my friends. We'd all gotten busy. I'd gotten busy. So then I just let it happen and I got kicked and they're like, hey, and I said something in the Discord. I was like, hey, I got kicked. What do I gotta do to get back? And they were like, well, whenever you get back into being interested in Warframe and playing it more regularly, you can apply to come back and then we'll put you on the wait list and we'll see what happens. And then I just never really went back. Thankfully, you don't need a dojo to do the whatchamacallits, to do the Railjack missions. Now you can just go to one of the main space stations. Yeah, it was like somewhere between like 7 and 10 days, but it was just a really short period of time. And like you have to be regularly playing the game in order to like stay in the dojo. Let me look up Goss Warframe. It's still got so many like rounded edges. It looks so organic. Like you said, it's the one that looks like a mech. It looks robotic, but like Well, the thing was, it was a really popular, dojo that like had a lot of people applying for positions. And I felt really frustrated because like I'd contributed a lot of resources to help with building the dojo. I didn't like do any of like the fashion or the building stuff, but I contributed resources to like getting stuff for the hoverboards. And like and all of that stuff because you needed I think for a while you needed. Yeah. And maybe if I'd been in a smaller guild, it wouldn't have bothered me. I would have been more closely knit with people, but I wasn't super like interacting with people. Like it just wasn't drawing me in so much. Theme based. That's interesting, Chicken Mans. And then stuff happened where the story moved forward, and like I kept saying I'd go back, but then the story moved forward. And I realized I would have to catch up on story events. Like I played the end of the Second War, right? And I was like, all right, let's go. But then it kind of just like, it just reset. That definitely makes sense, Crispy. Currently working on a card game I named Galaxy Finalis Nebula Repelister. It's part of the Galaxy Finalis archetype. It's a defensive guy with a big shield and cosmic theme. Ooh, is the shield like in the shape of like a star system or a galaxy, or like one of those things where like you've got like an imprint of like a star in the middle and then like the outline of all the planets and their orbits on the outsides of the shield? That would be really cool. I also realize if you're designing a card game, you probably haven't designed the art, you're probably designing the effects, but that just pops in my head. That just pops in my head. In my head, in my head, in my head. So anyway, when Okusen, I know about the sisters, and I have done Kuva Liches. Anime MMORPG. Mabinogi. I haven't really been doing MMORPGs. The most recent game I was playing a lot of was Honkai Star Rail, and I kind of fell off of that after a little while. Just because, like, it was... Whenever I play, I get so sucked in that it just becomes an energy sink. It drains my time and energy. And I only have so much energy. And, like, when I played it, I was playing it nonstop and getting really emotionally invested. And then, like, I would be exhausted, and trying to do that and everything else was like, I do not have the spoons to do this. I know it's not really an MMO, but that's the most recent video game I've been playing. But Small Spiral Galaxy, nice, Noel, man. But I don't really know. Oh my gosh. The deep cut. Speaking of MMOs that aren't technically MMOs, does anyone remember MechQuest? Which was the sci-fi offshoot of Adventure Quest. I used to play MechQuest so much. I was so obsessed with it. Listen, I'm a mech pilot VTuber. I don't know. I don't know. I've never been secret about my interests. My favorite superhero is Iron Man. Like, let's go. Nah, it's actually more Superman, but I like Superman not for so much for his power set, but for what he represents. Iron Man, I love his powers, but the things he represents just frustrate me. But anyway, so I started talking to, so I was talking to Okusen, and I was like, you know what? That's a good idea. And I was like, that's it. You've convinced me. We're in this together. Because this was your idea, Okusen. We're both going to learn Blender, and we're going to work together to make a mech show. To make mech skits. We'll start with short skits and scenes. And Okusen's like, I'm down, let's go. And it was like, okay. So now I just got to learn how this all works. And Okusen recommended me a tutorial to get a basic understanding of how a lot of the pieces work in Blender. And I started working on that this morning, but I can't. All right. I would definitely love to learn. I understand there's like, what was it? 12, some fundamentals, like 12 fundamental themes or something, some number of fundamental ideas of animation or animation concepts that like translate across any kind of medium that you're doing. And so I looked online, and you can find free mech 3D models. And I'm like, okay, I can just grab some free mech 3D models that are like free for any use. And I'm envisioning this idea of doing like have you ever seen Pro ZD where like he's like playing multiple characters but he's wearing a different costume for each one, or wearing some kind of a piece that shows you it's a different person? And yeah. Yeah, I think there are. And I'm like, okay, well, I would love to do a thing where it's like a short scene that is multiple people. Exactly, Chicken Man. It's exactly. But do that and have some kind of a thing. I don't even know what they'll be about. I just know that it will cut between. I want to cut between live action things that are filmed with like me and like Okusen. Okusen doesn't live anywhere near me, so Okusen's gonna have to send me footage in order, or we're gonna have to send each other footage to put together for this. But like, just like reading lines and. I may have to teach. Listen, I just did a tutorial. I haven't even finished the tutorial. It was like, so I stay up super late and I hadn't even gone to bed yet. And I was like, I turned off my computer and was just chatting with Okusen before I went to sleep. And then I was like, okay, I'm going to boot up my computer, going to download Blender, and I'm going to figure this out. And so I started looking at the tutorial that Okusen sent me, which is giving me a basic idea of how stuff's supposed to work in Blender. And I got like partway through, and then I just got really, really tired. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna have to go to sleep. So I went to sleep. And then I woke up and I was like groggy and out of it. And I was like panicking because I have told everyone that I'm planning to do a stream tomorrow at 3 p.m. in order to hey, it's not for everybody. I'm just using the tools that I got, you know? And so I thought that today was tomorrow and I'd overslept for stream and I was panicking. And then I'm like, oh wait, okay. And then I made myself food. And then I was like, okay, let me see if I can get further in this tutorial before I get ready for stream. And I started getting further in the tutorial. And then I was like, I had to look up some stuff because the tutorial was for Blender 4.1 and they're on Blender 4.2, and some key features of Blender have been moved around and changed that I needed to use for a certain part of the tutorial. So that took more time. And then I got to this last bit where I was like, I had like 20 minutes till stream and there was like 7 minutes left of the tutorial, right? Because the tutorial was like making this scene of this like temple area and then animating all the pieces of animating all of the pieces of the temple crumbling, right? Was the tutorial. And I was like, okay, cool. And I got to the thing where I have everything made, the lighting dealt with, and I just have to do that. And then I was like, I look in, I've got this much time, and the person in the tutorial is like, okay, this next chapter is the longest chapter. You need to pay attention. It is the most complex and important part of this tutorial. And I'm like, there's no way I'm gonna have to like watch it multiple times. I don't want to be in the middle of that chapter and have to run off the stream. So I just put a pin in it, saved where I was, saved my work, and I'm like, you know what? I'll pick this up after stream. And then I got ready for stream and I was just like watching some videos because I had a couple minutes. And then I found this video because I was like, because people were saying the thing that helps with Blender is if you watch a thing explaining how to do a tutorial on how to make a specific thing, you'll gain the skills for that in that setting. But it can be really overwhelming if you're just getting all these skills without having a thing to do with it. And the one suggestion I saw was that you should pick a small project, some kind of small project, and then look up the steps and get pieces from other tutorials to figure out how to assemble that small project, right? And then learning how to animate, like, so that way you're not just learning how to make a donut, right? You're learning the steps for this project that you want to make. And I'm like, okay, I want to animate a giant robot. I want to animate a mech. So I'm like, let me look and see if there's any tutorials for animating a mech on YouTube. Yeah, Chicken Mans, what's up? Animation's the easy part. Modeling and using effects is the hard part, and lighting and textures. Okay. I was referring, okay, Chicken Mans, I didn't mean like making an actual donut. There is a common tutorial for Blender on how to make a 3D model of a donut. That is a very common first thing about, like, here's your first thing to make. You learn how to make a donut in Blender and then make it do things and making a pile of donuts and adding sprinkles and adding effects and adding these things to the donut. I didn't mean to insult people who actually make donuts. Donuts are an important cornerstone of society, and I am always grateful whenever I can find some vegan donuts. Yeah. And it was talking to Okusen a little bit, and Okusen had mentioned that they were more motivated, saying they were more motivated for like the making of the models than they were for a lot of the animation stuff. And I was like, this might be a thing where we would divide responsibilities, and it's like I let Okusen make the models and then I work on animating them or something, right? Working as a team. Excuse me. And all of that stuff. You're right, it ain't easy, Chicken Mans. I used to be a Krispy Kreme delivery driver. Well, Okusen is still learning, and we were just, and it was this thing where like, there's Okusen. Stories. Oh my gosh. My stories are not the kind of thing I could talk about on stream. Oh, goodness. Beyblades. That would be interesting. So right before stream, like I'm talking about like 5 minutes before stream. Yeah. I look up how to animate a mech in Blender, because I'm like, let's look for a tutorial for specifically what I want to do. And I find someone has a tutorial that's like 15 minutes long of just rigging and animating a mech in Blender. Now, they're using like more of a BattleTech mech where it has guns for arms and you don't have the real articulated arm parts. And they were using a free 3D model from the site where I grabbed a 3D model. And I went looking, and there's this person who has made, like, it's the same, they've made a ton of models, right? On this website for finding free models. Oh goodness. I'll figure something out, but and they kind of, one of the things is they have this one model that they made and they just have it in different colors. And so I went to download it, and it was a free thing to download, right? And it said it had like the 3D object in like 4 different file types. And I'm like, I don't even know which one I need yet. So I just grabbed all 4 of the files. And then I'm like, let me grab another color. And I'm like, there's another color. Yeah. That's probably what I'm going to do is work on recoloring. And so I was like, let me grab this to see, because he has them in different colors with different like textures. So I'm like, let me just grab this thing in different colors. And again, I tried to just grab all 4 of the file types. And I got halfway through and it was like, you have reached the limit of free downloads for today from the website. I was like, oh. And I only got like 2.5 things. But I know I grabbed all 4 file types of like the .obj and the okay. Yeah, there's different stuff. There's different stuff, Chicken Mans. Lots and lots of different stuff. Magician of Chaos is 2. Oh, was another recolor? That's cool. Yeah. I checked the thing and it said free for all use, except for AI training. But I'll take it one step at a time. To be fair, the model looks a lot like Lancelot, the thing from let me pull up an image of it. It looks a lot like the Lancelot mech from Code Geass. Let me get... No, from Code Geass. Let me show you. This is an image of the 3D model. It has like the shoulders and chest pieces. Like, it just reminds me a lot of Lancelot. But it's its own thing. Oh, it doesn't have a texture, it does have materials, that's it. Let me see its license. Oh, then you pay license fees for multiple uses while I'm sold. Oh, it is free for commercial use. It says, allows you to use this product without need to pay royalties or other license fees for multiple uses per volume sold or some time period of use or sales. You can use it as long as it's incorporated into a product and the third party cannot retrieve it individually in either its digital or physical form. You cannot resell the model you bought in the digital or printed form, but you can use it in your commercial projects multiple times after paying for it just once. Licenses marked the no AI tag do not permit product use for machine learning or training of neural network models, including generative AI models. This is, however, a non-exclusive license and product remains the property of the seller, blah, 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 blah. Please refer to legally binding terms and conditions. Okay. So it is, the model is... right, Okusen? It does look a lot like Lancelot. Let me get a picture of the back of the side view. But it doesn't have the cockpit sticking out the back. Oh, it doesn't have a picture of the actual back. That's funny. That's side views. Watching anime is a great way to spend time, Chicken Mans. See what I mean? It doesn't have the cockpit coming out the back. It does have some weird things sticking out the front of the chest. I've heard of Go-Go Loser Ranger, but I haven't watched it. It doesn't really seem like something I'm super interested in. All right, Chicken Mans, you have fun. Because for me, like Go-Go Loser Ranger, like when I heard the premise of it's just like the Rangers are evil and are the real villains and the grunt is the one trying to save the world. Also, for all the people watching on YouTube, if you could like the stream, it helps the algorithm with getting it out to more people and showing it to more people. Getting likes midstream has helped me immensely with getting more eyes on my content. So if you could do that, that would be amazing. Right, he's not trying to save the world, he's just trying to get revenge. It's a revenge story of the minion trying to get revenge on the Rangers and a whole thing. And it felt, when my friend told me about it and when they described it to me, it felt like one of those like kind of like gritty like late 90s early 2000s gritty reboot or re-envision or deconstruction of a common trope. Oh my gosh. Okay. Red Ranger Isekai. I was reading that like over a year ago. And I think it was a year ago. And then the site I was reading it on stopped updating it. And I was like, that's really annoying. And then Um. Then I was like, Nabiru suggested a news site for reading it, and I went to go check there, and I just never really kept up with it because life. And then I find out Red Ranger comes out in another world is gonna get an anime, and I'm like, oh my gosh, because it's such a good story. It gets so deep. It's not a it's the kind of like deconstruction I enjoy. And I thought it was funny because like it has so many themes and ideas that it explores over the course of the story. But like there is this one character who's like the kind of, she's not quite the main character, but she's kind of like she's kind of like well, she's the mage that's studying the Red Ranger, trying to understand his powers. And she's like the main female. And she is just your stereotypical anime big boobied fan service girl. And I'm like, it's just, they have all these like interesting and complex characters. And then there's this character with this deep emotional backstory who just always has her boobs hanging out. But there's one joke. Hold on, let me look this up. Let me look this up real quick. So there's a joke. Um okay, I know there's a joke where they say, oh, it's fine, Noel Main. There's a joke where in Red Ranger Goes to Another World, where his ranger team was the Kizuna Rangers or something, and that means like they're bonds of friendship that connect them, and they draw power from literally their power of friendship. Their weapons and their mech are all powered by the strength of their connection to each other. And like over the course of the anime, the Red Ranger is able to summon their Megazord and get his adventuring party to activate it, but they all have to like use their like they have to clear up their misunderstandings between each other and actually have a strong trust in each other in order to power up the Megazord, in order to power up the Robo. But there's another joke where I don't know if it was that it's pronounced the same way or if it uses the same symbols as the word for Band-Aid. And it's somehow the word for bonds of friendship is related to the word for Band-Aid. How they write it, right? And that's this kind of in-joke where he always has a Band-Aid on hand. And when he henshins, when he transforms, he has this watch thing that he sets a Kizuna plate in, and the plate is this like little long piece of metal that's in the shape of a Band-Aid. And I don't know how that's going to translate. A shiny Go-Goat? Is that I'm presuming that's a Pokemon. Ah, that. The Mount Pokemon. So you got a shiny ride. You gotta catch it. You gotta catch it. Okay. Anyway. Just walking around. Kind of Nabiru. And there's this thing that was happening where, like, towards the end, well, not towards the end, it's towards where I stopped reading. And there was this whole thing, well, I guess this is spoilers, but, you know, whatever. He meets another person, like, he finds record that, like, this other person from his ranger team. Nice, Crispy, nice, congratulations. There was this other person from his ranger team that sacrificed herself like before, and he finds out that when because the whole thing is the Red Ranger sacrificed himself in a big battle, a big final battle to defeat the villains, and when he died, he got reborn in another world. Kind of ripped off that idea from my lore, but you know, whatever. And he finds out that this other person who sacrificed herself was also reborn in this world, but because time flows differently, she was reborn ages in the past, and she found out there was a prophecy that the Red Ranger was going to come through. And so she left a message on this ancient ruin that wasn't ancient when she was there, in order to, like, leave a message to give him a clue for whatever he was prophesied to be facing. And then find out that there's this person from another different universe that was, like, had Egypt themed a henshin hero, and whose henshin device was a bag. It was like a messenger bag, I think. And they find out that, like, other henshin heroes that have died have, like, been reborn in this world, or their trinkets and their devices have made it into this world. And there's this whole, like, thing about, like, interacting and fighting and trying to save the world. It's really interesting. Yeah, that is literally that, Nabiru. Okay. Anyway, it's coming up on 10 p.m. Let's get to the actual thing that I put in the title that I was going to be doing tonight. Last stream, I showed off a method for generating D&D encounters for, like, calculating difficulty. Nice, Crispy. Nice. What was the first one? What was the first shiny you found on that playthrough, Crispy? Excuse me. Fido. Oh, Fido. That's the bread dog Pokemon, right? Little baked boy. Right. Evolves into Dash Bun. What does the shiny look like one? Oh, shiny has pink? Okay. Or is this... Or that's someone's rendition of the shiny. It looks baked. Oh, okay. Shiny swaps that. Okay. I found it was like, oh, I guess this one looks like pink. No, that's someone's artist fan art of it where they tried to make it pink. You're keeping him as a little baked. Oh, so you're not evolving him? Oh. Okay. So, we've been doing some stuff with D&D 5e ever since I found the Getting the Robot system for converting D&D 5e into a mech game. And I'm planning to do a one-shot to test that out. I'm going to be doing a session 0 with people off stream soon in order to plan things out. And tomorrow at, I think I put it for 3 p.m. Let me make sure that I have it in my calendar for the right time. Yeah, 3. Yep. I have it tomorrow about 3 p.m. Gonna have a special stream with Okusen where we will be building Okusen's character, talking about some story stuff, and just generally hanging out tomorrow at 3 p.m. But leading into that, I wanted to test this encounter generation method. So, let's jump over to Roll20. I'm gonna have to resize a couple things, so bear with me. Okay. So this is the basic method I found for this, of generating this based on HP and number of attacks. And you generally want to have damage equivalent to your average party member HP for this. And then based on the HP of the enemies, that determines some, like, how long the fight's going to go and how difficult it is. Originally, I was planning to do the boss, a boss plus 2 grunts in order to make the fight more dynamic. But I realized that might go on too long because that would slide it into the hard category. And I'm running all of these characters myself, and that might be a number of, that's going to be more attacks. That's going to be more attacks coming at the players. So, why is this not? Hello? Chrome? Okay, there we go. Okay. So I need you to bear with me as I get this all set up. Okay, let me... Okay, so this shows that I need... What do I need, chat? I need a thing... I need a thing where you can see the dice rolls. I don't know where I'm gonna put that. Because I have 2 chats. If I didn't have 2 chats, I would just set it on one side. We're just going to run with this for now, and I will figure it out more later. Let me add... turn order. Okay. Let's look at that. Okay. Where am I sticking this? One second. Saw a bug, had to go kill it. Okay. Okay, there we go. Got that there. Got to figure out where I want to put the chat, because I only have one screen. There we go. Okay. Turn order. Did I not? Oh. Steel Colossus Tom. And then we are going to change that. Edit. Use select token. Save changes. Okay, great. Awesome. Outstanding. Wonderful. All right, so what does he have? Does he have any stealth? Let's see. He does not have any stealth, and he is not stealthy whatsoever. So our 2 adventurers are in here trying to clear out. They originally came to clear out some spiders. Kaiser and Firefly came in here to clear out some spiders, but they haven't seen hide nor hair of the spiders since they got into the spiders den. Unbeknownst to them, the Steel Ogre, the Steel Colossus, has come in here and killed the spiders, eaten them, and has been using their cave as its new home. As they stop to take stock, they hear, let me get, I need a better name for this mech. Like, this is the one that's just like a kind of throwaway character that's just like a heel stick. I was going to do an AC/DC joke, but Halcyon Days. Okay. Okay. Gonna roll a perception check. Well, passive perception, it's 13. Not proficient in perception. That was a choice. Got insight at least. Let's roll a perception check and see what we get. Perception check got 11. Which means very easily hears the loud and noisy, because you had to beat 10 essentially. Very easily hears the loud and noisy. Oh, did I correct this? Hold on one second. This is... I forgot. Hold on. There was an update, and I forgot to update one thing that is kind of important right now. Also, if you haven't gotten the updated document on this stuff from Husbando Homebrew, you definitely should. He put a lot of work into organizing it and making it much easier to read. I have pilot gear. Here we go. Mass Produce Generator 7 EP. That's it. So that is 7 plus -3, so that's 4. Reminder that he gains 4. Okay, cool. That she gains 4. Okay, cool. So nobody's surprised here because I'll roll stealth for him. See what he gets. That's just gonna be a straight dex check for him. Yep, complete failure. He's not sneaky whatsoever. Comes around the corner. Everybody rolls initiative. Now, this is scaled, so it should be a medium difficulty fight. So we will see how that pans out. Boop. Where do I open character sheet? Okay. That was a 12 for Halcyon Days. Sam has the bonus to initiative. Gets 21. And this one rolls initiative. Got a 0. Roll the... Okay. All right. All right. Sam starts off. Let's go to measure. Sam's going to try to get in close real fast. And can easily get up close. Drawing has both weapons drawn because they're in a dangerous situation. Hold on, was here. And he's going to swing twice with her short swords. Actually going to raging is bonus action, I think, right? Yes. Gonna rage first and then do one swing. So rage, short sword beam. That's 9. It's 9 to hit. Oh no. Why does it have an extra +2? Oh, 4 for strength +2. Okay. Yeah, so that misses. Because this thing has 16 AC. So Firefly misses her swing, but she is raged. Halcyon Daze is going to set up for this. Gonna move a little closer to get a clear shot on him. Going to... guess cast Spiritual Weapon as a bonus action? Yeah. Casting Spiritual Weapon. Which gets a crit, 25 to hit. Summons the weapon and attacks. So summons the spiritual weapon, which in this case I say is just some kind of a sword. And the spiritual weapon does 1d8 plus spellcasting modifier. Okay. So I guess gonna just do a... Oh, okay. Casting at level 2. Why is this? Hold on. It's a level 2 spell. Is it 2d8? Let me look up spiritual weapon real quick. So it should only be 1d8. I don't know why it rolled twice. Whatever, I'll just take the first roll of 11. Oh, it crit, that's why. It crit, so it rolled twice for 2 dice. Okay. So that's 18 damage to him. A big swing with that. So instead of big swing for damage, then gonna action. Could fire. He has low dexterity, so I could use... Oh. I could have just rolled that. I'll remember that for next time. I used a bonus action spell, so the most I can use as a main action is a Sacred Flame. But I'm gonna fire my burst rifle. Gonna shoot him. Nope, miss with the burst rifle. Roll a 1. That's 1 cartridge spent. One shot from the cartridge. Still Colossus's turn. Still Colossus's is. This thing is angry. It's mad. Someone has entered the domain that it rightfully stole. It is going to destabilize, which allows it to do a shove action as a bonus action. And it didn't move before, so it doesn't get a bonus. But it's athletics versus shove action. Using an attack action, you can make a special melee attack to shove a creature, knock it prone. If you're okay with, replaces one of them. Okay. Strength versus either strength or athletics or acrobatics. Okay. So it's going to use his athletics. It gets an 8. Sam is going to respond with athletics as well. Getting a 16, so it's able to stay up on their feet. So it's going. So with that, it's going to swing its buzzsaw hands at Sam. Has to beat an AC of. Oh, is it only 16? Oh, because it doesn't have the dual wield. Okay. Just has the heavy liner. 14. Okay. Okay. Swinging with buzzsaw hands. First swing, it gets 2 attacks. That's an 11. It misses. Second swing. 26. That's a hit and a crit. That is going to... I'm just going to roll for it. That's going to do a butt ton of damage. That might knock out Firefly. Might knock out the Sam mech. Roll 4d12 plus 4. 40. Why did you hear it like a Vanguard match? I don't know, Noel May. Maybe you got Vanguard on the brain. Ooh. But so that's 40 thanks to rolling a low one on the first one. But Sam is raging and only takes 20 of that. So that's it for the Steel Colossus's turn. Now it's Sam's turn again, having lost half their HP. Well, about half their HP. They are going to... do they have any abilities that they want to use right now? Or is it just swing? Swing really hard. No, it's just swing really hard. All right. Swinging short sword. Have to beat a 16 to hit. 25. What was that roll? Was that a crit? No, one off of a crit. Okay. It's 10 points of 10 points of damage. Okay. And then second short sword attack for the offhand, which still adds the strength because of the two-weapon fighting style. Oh. $19. Okay. That's another 8 damage. Okay. That's an attack. That's an action and a bonus action. That's it for Sam. Taking a bit of a beating, but still standing. Took a really hard hit there. Halcyon Days is going to go. Let me put... Hold on. Let me grab... I'll say the thing... that is... What I want to say is... the... this Faith's weapon. I'll just use this fireball to represent the weapon. Cool. That represents the little weapon, the spiritual weapon. So Halcyon Days is going to first spiritual weapon. First, did I take a spell off? I did not take a spell off. Cast a spell. There we go. $21. That hits. Not a crit, though. All right. So this is only 11 damage. 11 radiant damage to him. With the spiritual weapon. And then I'm going to cast Sacred Flame, in which he needs to dodge DC 13 dexterity save, which he's going to be bad at. He got a 0 again. So he takes 2 points of radiant damage. They're whittling him down, casting spells and overwhelming him. Okay. Gonna move closer to be in range to heal. To provide healing for Sam if they go down. Because now it's the Steel Colossus' turn. Steel Colossus is once again going to... Actually, this time, it's going to fire its blazing... Yeah, it's going to fire its blazing homing missiles. Come on. which means this is going to be targeting Sam. So that means at the end of how the homing weapons work, you can like run to like decrease the damage to them to put distance. But if you don't, then like you take that damage at the end of your next turn. And then going to multi-attack with the buzzsaw hands. That is a 16. That hits. So that is roll 2d12 plus 4. That's 16. Divided in half is going to be 8. And then second buzzsaw hands. That's 16. That hits again. That's another 8. That means if Sam doesn't do something at the end of her next turn, she's going to take that damage and go down. She's guaranteed to take that damage and go down. Which, thankfully, well, no, Sam goes next. Sam has to decide either, well, no, the 9's gonna get reduced, so yeah, she'll survive. So she's gonna stay and try to finish this fight, just barraging with her swords. Swinging 19 hits. 7 damage. And second short sword. That misses because it has 16 AC. At the end of Sam's turn, we round down, so that's going to be 4. Halcyon Days is going to bonus action try to finish off this thing with spiritual weapon. And miss. I have to choose. Do you guiding bolt? Or do you heal? Gonna choose Cure Wounds. Gonna cast Cure Wounds to try keeping up Sam. Gonna cast it at 2nd level. And healing. Okay. Take off that spell slot. I'll cast it at 2nd level, so I'm out of 2nd level spells. Okay. Wow, most I've heard that like most D&D 5e fights are supposed to last to 3 rounds is normally how long they're supposed to last. And if it lasts more than 3 rounds, that means it's a hard fight. This guy is stuck around for about 3 rounds, so this is about a medium fight, which is what the thing gauged it should be. It is going to... fire... blazing homing missiles. That's going to do 7. Then it's going to attack Sam with its buzzsaw hands. Misses. Second swing. That hits. Was that a crit? No, it was not. Okay. So, all right. $20. Ooh, that healing made the difference. And being enraged. If Sam hadn't been healed, then if Firefly... So the mech is named Sam, the pilot's named Firefly. If Firefly hadn't been healed, she would have gone down. Now Sam needs to finish this fight. And is gonna swing with the short sword. Needing to and she's gonna reckless attack. She's gonna reckless attack. That's going to have advantage. Right. This is just testing if this is a medium difficulty encounter. All right, advantage. 21, that hits. Both would have hit. And that's enough to finish this guy off. And then at the end of her turn... she takes another 3 damage, putting her down to 2 HP. But this goes down. All right, so that didn't take too long. Did it? Did it keep... can I set this to keep track of turns? Oh my gosh, that's so rough, Nabiru. Oh, that's for keeping track. Okay. So I never thought about round count meaning something is good or bad. That's true. But one character did almost go down. So that was a solid encounter. All right, now cool. Now let's heal everybody back up. We're going to get rid of this enemy. Okay. Get a long rest real quick. Use 2 level 2 spell slots. So going to spells are back. Okay, cool. Put that back up to 4. All right, so now let's spice things up a little bit. Let's look at a difficult, that was a medium encounter, which it was. It was. It was also not a very dynamic encounter, but we're just testing. These two, strong enemy is going to be doing between 8 and 12 damage. A boss is going to do 6 and 8. What enemies do we have? Dark Blader is going to do 10 damage per attack and gets 3 attacks. That's 30 damage. That's enough to be a strong enemy. How much HP does the Dark Blader have? How much HP does the Dark Blader have? 58. That's too much HP. I'll nerf it down to like 27. Then do Dark Blader. If I let's pop open the notes. Let's pop open the notes. Okay. All right. I want it to be for a hard encounter, 81 HP. This damage. Oh, that's DPR. No, that's way more than a strong enemy. It's too low for that. I'd say it makes a good boss. Makes a decent boss. Actually, can Trans-Am to do... its average should be up. So how much HP? So I'll give it minions. I'll make it a more dynamic encounter. Dark Blader with 2. There's 3 attacks already. If I do it with 2, 22. Ooh, they could finally use the bugbear for something. Yes. Two bugbears. Ooh. No, I want grunts. Let's drag out Dark Blader. And drag out... Bandit. Okay. grunt damage per attack 4.5. That's about what this is at. Yep. Two grunts that'll be harassing the caster. And then let me get you NPC AC. And then this thing has 58. 58. Okay. Did this not translate the... It has AC. That's weird. Now it did it. Okay. It just wasn't recognizing the AC there. Okay. This time the boss is going to have backup. No, I'm not going to use these grunts. I'm going to use the spider grunts. Okay. I should give them... Oh, why? That should not be what that opens up. That was weird. Okay. All right. So in this case, they're going through the cavern, and they get ambushed. There's an ambush waiting for them. What's his stealth? All right. None of them are proficient in stealth. But I will give them advantage because of the darkness and because of the spider webs. My God. 20 on the Dark Blader's stealth. And the Tom got... a 15. So the other one got a 6. Okay. And then the players passive perception is 11 and 13, but they're actively looking, so I'll give them a chance to roll. Oh, I forgot to change it back to normal. Re-rolling that. Actually, danger sense. I could have swore danger sense said you couldn't be surprised as long as you were conscious. Hold on. You have advantage on saving throws. Oh, is that something else? Oh, it's level 7. That's level 7 when they gain feral instinct. Okay. Got it. Got it. Okay. Well, Sam does not notice anything. And Halcyon Days. Got a 9. So, yeah. They both got surprised. Enemy got the jump on them. Well, no, this one they saw. The other two have advantage because of get to act first and get a surprise round. All right. So it jumps out with a surprise round. Going to rush. Also, let me make sure I reset so that way there's not a missing rage. Going to rush. The cleric. I'm going to attack. Okay. Okay. If you're surprised, you can't move or take an action on your first turn of combat, and you can't make a reaction until that turn ends. A member of a group can be surprised. Okay. Blah, 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 doesn't formally exist instead. All right. Okay. And nothing. Okay. So it's not advantage, you just get to attack first. That I'm thinking of the rogue thing where if you're on a surprise and you go before everybody else, you get to wreck everyone's face. So gonna run up and attack. This should be a very hard encounter. Going to run up and attack. First, let's roll initiative. We'll have both of them go at 4. Okay, because that was the first roll. Initiative 8. And initiative 20. Okay. Veteran goes first. Then the Tom, and then everybody else. Okay. Swinging, it's dual wielding. It's got the Prominence Blade in one hand and the Brinicle Blade in another. Swing with the Prominence Blade. I still have advantage, toggle on re-rolling. 17 misses because of the shield. 16 misses. And Brinicle Blade. That hits. Alright, 1d8 plus 3 plus 1d6. That's 7 damage. Which is a little bit less than average, but okay. Up in that face. Going to bonus action Transam, which it can attack again, but it's on a recharge of 6. So it's going to swing with the Prominence Blade again at the Cleric. Missing. Missing. And missing with all 3 strikes. Okay. That is it for its turn. The Toms can go. They are going to measurement. I guess it's gonna fire the web. Yeah, it's gonna fire its web at the Cleric because I want to focus the Mage first. That hits. Cleric is restrained. I'll just put a 1 there just to note mark that it's restrained. And it's a DC 11 strength check to break free. Okay. The other one's going to fire at Firefly and miss. Oh, recharges. Yeah, okay. So that's that. All right. Being restrained. Speed becomes 0. Attack rolls against it have an advantage, and its attack rolls have disadvantage, and it has disadvantage on dexterity saving throws. So Going to try to break free from that, because that's going to be problematic. Why is that still 29? Oh, just took damage. Yeah, just took damage. Could strength check this to try to get free or attack it with disadvantage. Yeah, gonna try to break free with a strength check. Gotta beat a DC 11. Fails. Gonna cast Spiritual Weapon. That hits. The Spiritual Weapon is going to be targeting the spider because we cannot deal with getting restrained a bunch. So that hits. And then rolling damage. Four damage. And one spell slot used. Movement 0, so can't move away. So now it's Sam's turn. Sam is not captured, but is going to rage. And what EP actions could I do? Radiant damage doesn't have any conditions. Nope. Okay. Nothing gonna help. Rage is turned on. Gonna try to deal with the spiders before they bind us up, because they're gonna make this fight even harder. So they're gonna move. This one's going to opportunity attack using its reaction. That hits. $12, which gets cut in half. Thankfully, because the fire, so it does both slashing and fire, but the fire damage is getting reduced because of the bear totem. So Firefly's taking half damage from that. So Firefly takes 6. Okay. Get here. Going to attack the spider with the short sword. $15 hits. This thing only has 12 AC. Damage. 10 damage. It's barely hanging on. Swinging a second time. That hits. Another 10 damage. That's doing this max. Oh, rolling 4 plus 4. Oh, that's it. So it's not max, it's average. So that one's dead. And now the veteran is going to attack with advantage now at advantage, attacking with advantage at the cleric. Oh, got to determine if it recharges. Does not recharge Transam. Prominence Blade one-handed. 19, that hits. $15 damage. And that was only the first swing. Misses. And then third swing. That one hits. For 5 damage. Kaiser is in a bad way right now. But that is that turn. There's one spider left. And it is going to... It's already fired the web. What's the range on that? 300 feet? Oh, just out of range. Just out of range. Okay. It's going to have to move. So it's going to move right here. One, 3. There we go. That should do it. Yep. And then you're going to fire the web at, firing the web at Firefly. Misses because needs a 16 to hit. It is first going to bonus action spiritual weapon to take out the last spider. Trying to get that thing away. Is that made with it? That is made with disadvantage because it is. All right, so let's re-roll, see if it's still higher. Okay, 14 hits. Nine force damage. Finishing off the spider. Then going to could just attack the web. The web only has 5 HP, AC 10, but I'll have disadvantage if I attack it. No, I'm gonna do healing. Gonna do cure wounds on myself at Oh yeah, I have Disciple of Life. So cure wounds is gonna heal extra HP, which is relevant here. That would have been relevant last fight too. So it does 2 plus the spell's level. Casting it at level 2. Five plus 3 is 8. Plus an extra 3 from Disciple of Life. No, 4 from Disciple of Life is 12 HP. Doing all right. Now it's Sam's turn. Sam needs to become a threat to this guy. Gonna run in and reckless. Reckless swing to hit this guy, who's got AC 17. Oh, thankfully, it was a reckless swing. 17 hits exactly. 7 damage. Then, let me just do the advantage toggle. Boop. That's a crit. $17 damage. Wait, what did I subtract the first 7 from? Oh, I subtracted... Okay. Doing a good amount of damage to this guy. And that was movement, action, bonus action. It is the Dark Blader's turn. What is... Well, no matter who he swings at, he's going to have... he's gonna have advantage. I'm gonna say this guy is intimidated by being surrounded. But wants to finish off, needs to finish off the cleric, or else this gets much worse. So gonna keep attacking Kaiser. Advantage toggle on. That is not a crit, because that's a dirty 20. Eight plus 3 plus 1 d6. That's 12 to Kaiser. Second swing. That one's a crit. Oh, that one's a crit. Kaiser's going down. $20. That's not enough for complete damage, but it does take Kaiser down. And then now he's going to turn and use his offhanded swing with to try swinging at Firefly with the Brinnicle Blade. That hits. $1d6. That's 8, which gets reduced to 4. The Spider Toms are gone. Next, it's Halcyon Day's turn. First, gonna roll the death saving throw. That's 1 success. What is the pilot going to do in there? Oh, I wasn't counting the critical hits. Oh my gosh, I should have been keeping track of those critical hits. Half of that damage got dealt to the pilot. How many critical hits have hit with this thing? Prominence, Blade. Yeah, only been... only been the 1 crit. So that means inside the mech, 10 of that damage was dealt to Kaiser. So Kaiser got hit with that too. So Kaiser can either climb out of the mech and run, or Kaiser can try to... That's all Kaiser can do inside the mech. It's not stable. Can't cast any spells on it. Can't use Channel Divinity on it. Yep, that's it. That's the entire turn. Sam either needs to get over there and apply nanites. Do they have nanites? No, but I have to pull the nanites off of him and pull them off. Be an action. It would get him back up. But might lose rage. Move down here, spend an action. Pulling the nanites. Do okay, and then that is 2d4 plus 2, right? Is it just a potion? 2d4 plus 2 hit points. Okay. Why is this so... 2d4 plus 2. Okay. Heals 8. Okay. Plus... He's conscious. It's still webbed up. His mech is up and running, still webbed up, but in a bad state. And because in order to do a second action with 2 up and fighting, you have to have used your first action to attack. That is... Okay, so now... And rage... Let me look at the... She has taken damage since her last turn. She did take damage from... So, a rage does continue. Okay. Because she did take damage. Veteran's turn. Gonna start whittling down... Well, Kaiser's prone. Could knock Kaiser back out in order to lock up Firefly's action, where Firefly's gonna have to keep using their action to like administer potions. Not a great situation. Yeah, the smart move is to hit the bound prone target, knocking them back out. Oh, let's see if they get Trans Am back. Nope, don't get Trans Am back. Misses. That one hits. $13 damage. For the second swing. Third swing of the Brinicle Blade, not advantage. Normal swing at Firefly. Misses. Now Firefly has to make a choice. Oh, it's Halcyon Day's turn. Death save. That's a failure. And it is now Sam's turn. Sam either saves or loses yeah, gonna have to focus on taking out the threat. Gonna have to focus on taking out the threat before losing rage. Gonna reckless attack for advantage. That's a crit. Nine damage. Second swing. Misses. Veteran's going to focus on hitting Firefly. And with advantage because of the reckless attack. That's a crit. Wow, that was a crit fail and a crit success. 2d8 plus 3 plus 2d6. 24 gets reduced to 12. That's the first swing. That hits, so it's just a regular hit. And damage reduced to 5. And then Brinicle Blade. That hits. That's for 7, round down to 3. Okay. Halcyon Day's turn, another death save. Oh, that's 2 failures. Kaiser's dead. Kaiser's dead. I'm going to say Kaiser ejected and is on foot. The Kaiser's on foot. Gonna get far away. Far away. Sam has to take out this threat. So gonna reckless attack one more time. Ah, my gosh. This is a brutal fight. 23 hits. 12 damage. Second swing. A crit. Definitely needed it. Definitely needed it. For only 9 damage. So gonna swing. with advantage. Miss. Hit. Now, I probably would have like more flavorful descriptions in the session because this would be like a super tense moment. One player has lost their mech. The other player is like desperately trying to win. That's 5. But like right now, this is just clinical testing of the situations. That's now for the third swing. 24. Nine, that's down to 4. Oh my gosh. This is down to the wire. I didn't do the... What is he gonna do? He is 50, 100 feet from the enemy. Does he have anything that could do anything? Kaiser. Or is he just gonna run? He should probably just run. What do you think, chat? Because he needs to do 10 damage to be able to do anything. He's going to have an advantage. What does he have that can even do 10 damage? Spiritual weapon would barely get there. It's either guiding bolt. What's the range on guiding bolt? 120 feet. He can barely hit guiding bolt. Could do up to 2 damage. It's 12. 4 times 14. 15. And he's not getting close enough to do inflict wounds. Only got 25 feet of movement. So it's going to have to be guiding bolt. Any spell slots left? Oh, hold on. Let me check. Halcyon. Got 1 level 2 spell slot left. Casting Guiding Bolt as a 2nd level. Does Guiding Bolt do more damage as you cast it with higher levels? Increases at D6. I guess we're going for it. Got advantage on the swing. Not a crit, but still good. Both of those would have been good. Casting it at level 2. 14, that's 1 damage. Oh, 18, so it's still 1 damage. It was almost 2. And that makes it Sam's turn. Yeah, that's very true when it all comes down to luck. All right, Sam's gonna swing. Reckless in order to try finishing this off. So swinging with advantage. Yeah, well, this advantage was able to hit. Well, see, the thing is, he was fighting on foot. When you shoot on foot, you're to a mech, your damage is divided by 10. So he dealt 18 for the upcast, but divided by 10, rounded down, that's 1 damage. It was almost 2 damage. But the thing is, you have to remember, every square is 50 feet. So there was no way he was covering 50 feet. He would have to move and dash in order to move an entire square. And then he can't do anything except maybe use spiritual weapon. But that's not even, that's most likely going to do no damage. So let's see what this short sword does. All right, short sword finishes him off. Okay, so that fight took longer. It was more dynamic. Characters had to move. There were threats. The enemy acted smarter. One character did straight up die. Well, the character got out. I think. Let me look at. It was downed. What are the rules about being downed? You won 5 games? Hey, that's not bad. I could take any pilot action. All right, so. Oh. He could have just done a machinery check to stabilize it. Oh, okay. Let me just roll a machinery check for him. My voice was very therapeutic. I'm glad. Machinery is going to be a straight wisdom. Oh, wait, not advantage. Normal. Okay. So the mech was stabilized. I forgot. I was like, there's got to be something. But yeah, if your mech goes down, you can stabilize it from inside. So he would have stabilized it. His mech. Might need to give him the machinery skill just to be better at that, but... Alright, so we're retconning the mech being destroyed, but it was stable down. And just... After the first failed death save, just stable down. And then that fight. Or, what are the other pilot actions? That's an action to do. Yeah. You can't repair your mech from the inside, but you can here we go. Okay. Or I could actually, you can eject when your mech takes damage. I could just say he used his reaction to eject. Okay. Okay. But one way or the other, whether the mech survived or not, it sounds interesting. I'm glad you like it, Chicken Mans. But yeah, so we're just going to rewind that and say that he stabilized the mech and was just stable and trying to reboot it from inside the mech. He couldn't reboot it, so he climbed out. He climbed out and fired the guiding bolt standing. Ooh, that's so funny. Like it didn't even matter, but the image of this character, his mech is down. He stopped it from detonating, but he can't see or what's going on. Opens the cockpit door. He's a dwarf, right? And so he climbs out of his mech and he just goes no and fires a guiding bolt to do 1 point of damage to the enemy in an act of defiance. I think that's funny. There's some people that have done homebrews similar to that, but that was supposed to be all right. So HP wise, that battle was in the hard category, right? But I said that because there were more attacks, the spiders were counting as more attacks and extra damage. I was going to step that up to the very hard category. And I would say, considering how the fight ended, that was a very hard fight. If they had not taken out the spiders would have just kept webbing them up, and then they would have been restricted, unable to move, and the Dark Blader would have just had advantage on all of the attacks, which would have been an absolute mess. So I think it's safe to say this encounter generation method, to a certain extent, works. Like if this was normal D&D, that character would just be dead, right? So you've got one character that's just straight up dead, which proves this is a deadly encounter, and you've got one character that is hanging on by 8 HP. So that was pretty brutal. And if the Dark Blader's Trans Am ever recharged, oh, it was over. It was over. But yeah. Well, chat. That was a ride. That fight was a lot more complicated. Like the cleric got webbed up and then just proceeded to get beat on. And the Dark Blader just was tearing through them. So combat works, encounter generation seems to work, at least when it comes to melee stuff. Both of these characters are very melee focused. There's a lot of ranged weapon options. Had the players been in a different environment, more wide open with cover and dealing with ranged attackers, I feel like the combat could have been more dynamic. Like this pair dealing with a ranged attacking enemy would have been brutal. Both of the tests were very melee focused enemies. But if there was a ranged attacking enemy that could kite Sam, could kite Firefly's mech, they would have been in real trouble because of the difficulty of doing damage. The only one who would have been able to really lay down damage is Kaiser, and if Kaiser got focused down fast, because that would have been an entirely different thing, right? Focus down Kaiser fast, like that could have been a strategy, right? the Dark Blader has a dark matter cannon that does 11 damage. On average, and a lot of range. So after taking out Kaiser, the Dark Blader could have just kited around if there was a wide open space and fired the dark matter cannon until the Trans Am recharged, and then went in for the kill. But that's not very fun in this situation because they don't have any ranged weapons. But overall, I think that was a good test. We ran 2 test encounters, one at medium, one at very hard. Character died in the very hard. Got burst down real hard. Really, really hard. Let me do some math real quick. And it wasn't actually, what's funny, didn't even hit the solo boss. Oh no. Oh no. Do not tell me that entire time the notepad was in front of the thing and none of you saw that combat. Do not tell me the entire time when I was doing all the dice rolls and I was doing all of the stuff happening on the screen of that fight, none of you saw that because I left the notepad above it. Oh my gosh. Nabiru, why didn't you tell me? You couldn't see the screen. You didn't see it? Nabiru, why are you laughing at me? You were playing a game. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, you weren't looking at the screen either? You were just listening while working on something? It was a crazy fight. They were in a spider den. They got surprised by spiders, and the surprise round definitely helped. And I think the surprise round was really what pushed it over. But the thing is, most of the attacks in the surprise round, the only attack that really hit that mattered in the surprise round was the webbing attack. And it was a crazy fight. No, I was testing the getter system. I would have been more descriptive if I was just RPing it. Oh, goodness. But so basically what happened, these two were investigating a nest of spider monsters. They got jumped, and it wasn't just a nest of spider monsters, but well, the fight was already over at that point. Nabiru, the fight was already over at that point. And I did say that the character survived somehow. But that was just for testing purposes. Don't lol me. Don't lol me. The entire point of tonight's stream was to test this encounter generation method. I worked on generating encounters and explaining how the method worked last stream. So then this stream was about taking that method and running test combats to see how it all worked. But it was a crazy fight. They took down the spider, but the cleric wasn't able to get free of the webbing, and the entire time they were struggling to get free of the webbing, the Dark Blader just kept beating on them until they were defeated. You now overload a Cyclonic Rift? Okay. Yeah, testing is good. I wanted to test this to see if it was viable to use for generating encounters, for the one shot and any possible stuff I do with the system moving forward. Let me do some math real quick because I want to check something out. Okay, so mech was destroyed. So it's going to take 1 ton for the spell slots. Yeah. 4 tons. So they need about 5 tons to repair this mech. 5 tons of scrap to repair that mech. Yes, it does. And this one needs 4 tons. So they need 9 tons of scrap using the scrap rules I put together. They need 9 tons of scrap in order to repair these mechs. And from this fight, they would have gained 12, 24. $30, 24, 38. They would have gained 38 tons. So they would have been up just the loot of scrapping the mechs alone. They would be up 38 minus essentially 10. So 28 tons. That's essentially being up 28 gold pieces for the fight before any loot that they find from raiding the place. I think that's not bad. But that served as a good test. Also, it was funny because that was testing a barbarian with a barbarian that was absorbing half damage of those attacks. But the healer was already down. But everybody's got their ways of resisting stuff, of taking damage. Oh my goodness. I got to figure out how to have the dice rolls on screen. That's something I got to figure out, how to have that on screen whenever I do the stream. Okay. All right. It is coming up on midnight. We have talked about so much stuff tonight. Let's go over to the Just Chatting screen. You all have been through looking at my notepad document for like an hour. Oh my goodness. Was anybody even watching? Did I have any viewers? Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Chat. So far, according to my dashboard, I had 42 views this stream. Over the course of that fight, I peaked at like 7 or 8 people watching at once. And then they all went downhill. It went down to 6, 7, and people were coming into stream, being recommended the stream, seeing the notepad, seeing unable to see the screen, and just left. Chat. To be fair, they probably would have just left anyway. To be fair. I am not the most popular streamer in the world, but I am glad that you found my voice kind of therapeutic, Chicken Mans. I'm glad that I was able to help you get through your gaming night. I hope you got some good points and ranks and stuff. This was good for me because I got a lot of intel about encounter generation. I'll probably run some more test encounters later. Might do a test encounter tomorrow. We'll see how things go with the character generation, with the character creation tomorrow. Remember, gonna have a stream tomorrow at 3 p.m. EST. If that changes, I will let you all know. 1 second. Hold on. I'm the most popular streamer? Oh, goodness. Thank you, Chicken Mans. Maybe Nabiru. Maybe I should go back through this thing and like record the data and make up a story and just have a video of me reading off the story of the great battle of Firefly and Kaiser versus the Dark Blader. Best notepad streamer. Oh no, Chicken Mans. Oh no. Listen, I'm just glad like I'm not one of the people that invested. Gotta make a meme. Gotta make a meme. Oh no. I'm just glad I'm not one of the people that invested all that money into getting stuff on D&D Beyond, only to find out that like, oh, was there somebody in? I had someone on Twitch that I missed. Let me scroll back through because I didn't see any notification of someone saying something on Twitch. I just opened my Twitch dashboard. Yeah. So D&D Beyond is doing a thing where since they're releasing the new 2024 rules, they said they're going to be removing the original spells and magic items from D&D Beyond. And I'm like, what? Are they going to just remove everybody's access to all of that stuff? Just to like say you have to buy the new books? Like if they're not giving you access to like the replacement stuff, that's just mean. But I just saw there was someone in Twitch chat that said a Hungry Kobold, I just saw that you posted something. I was working on stuff. D&D Beyond is an online thing for making D&D characters where you can, it's owned by Wizards of the Coast, which is the ones who make D&D, and you can buy the books on D&D Beyond, and then it gives you like, you can read them on D&D Beyond, and it has things where you can drag things onto your character sheet, and all of these options are like preloaded, so that way it makes it easy for making your character. And D&D Beyond has been one of the biggest things for the spread of D&D online. And it's been, there's this huge thriving community of people using D&D Beyond. And you can, I think you can connect it to DM's Guild. I don't know. Don't quote me on that. So people would buy books on D&D Beyond, and then they would have those options available to add to their character sheets. And how it usually worked everyone didn't have to buy the books. Just the game master had to buy the books. And when the game master created the game that everyone would submit their character sheets to, the game master could give everyone access to all the books they'd purchased for that game. And then having a separate game where everyone's character sheets were preloaded into, because they already did it, meant that the game master could review people's character sheets. There was a central place for rolling dice where you could see everyone's dice rolls, and it had all of these shortcuts and things situated in it. And it has been a big part of the growth of D&D Online, because of how easy it makes it, and like it takes D&D players and makes sure that they're just seeing D&D, and kind of like contributes to this meme where they say D&D players don't know other TTRPGs because everything they do is just D&D, at least just D&D 5e. Well, Wizards of the Coast is releasing a new version of the rulebooks called D&D 2024. And I think what they're going to do is they're going to remove everybody's content from the old stuff and probably either give people the new stuff or say you need to buy the new stuff or something. And I know people who've invested lots of money into buying all the books on D&D Beyond. I don't understand why I didn't see that. Someone posted in, I don't know when they posted that. Someone posted something on Twitch and it didn't show up in my my chat feed. I'm scrolling back through it. I don't know why it didn't show that. I'm sorry, Hungry Kobold. I don't know if you're still here, but I would have responded if I'd seen your thing. I gotta check my restream and see why restream was being buggy. Yeah, I don't see. The unloved first child. Oh goodness. They milk. Wizards milks. Yeah, I was about to say D&D did come. D&D did come first, and a lot of magic was born from people wanting to do stuff between games of D&D. It's funny. So there's this game called Legend of the Five Rings that is very old, and it predates Magic the Gathering. And I don't know if it still does, but I know the rules have changed as the game went out of like popularity for a while, and then it kind of had a revival. Its old rules were very complicated and bulky, and had like 3 different ways to win the game. It's like 2 or 3, right? And about between a half to a third of those rules are almost functionally identical to the rules of Magic the Gathering, and it predates Magic the Gathering. So when I found out about that, I'm like, oh, they must have just done some stuff to optimize it, right? Make their own game with these things. And then I tried talking to someone about it. I was like, yeah, and I was explaining this to someone who was like a hardcore Magic the Gathering stan. Like they were like, Magic's the best card game ever, blah, 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 blah. And they're like, no, Magic was invented because they just wanted to have a game to play between D&D sessions and blah, 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 blah. And I was like, oh my gosh. Can you not understand that something might have had inspiration from something else? But I probably didn't say it the best way. And I think it was one of those things where I was being immature myself and how I was addressing it. Oh, that's cute. What's the horrifying part? Because there's usually a horrifying part, Chicken Mans. Let me adjust my settings. Why do I have this turned up so high? Okay. Okay. So I just had to adjust the settings on my my thing. They're anime versions of the cute, adorable creatures, and they look very clean. However, they are $100. Oh, oh, oh no, oh no! They can keep that. They can keep that. All right. So let's wind down. I don't know why it didn't show me that person's chat. I'm really bummed because I always love having people on the Twitch side. If anyone's watching me on Twitch, can you say something on the Twitch side so I can see? No, I don't. It didn't even pop up on my notification. I see all the stuff of the Ko-fi stream bot, but I don't see anything about a person posting. It's really weird. Hold on, let me. Let me see if it updates, because if it doesn't, then I know there is a problem. It is not updating. Oh, okay. That is a problem. I need to go to Restream. Hold on, give me a second. Yeah, it didn't show. Okay, let me see. I heard the posture check. I heard the posture check. But it's not showing in the chat. Now I really hope that I haven't been missing people in Twitch. I mean, I saw the posture check notification. Yeah. You can see your messages on your end, but it's not popping up on the screen, which means Restream isn't seeing them. And Stream Elements isn't seeing them either, because both of these streams, both of these chat windows are Stream Elements. That means neither Stream Elements nor Restream are seeing the chat. Might have to clear my OBS browser cache. Let me check out. That's not the button I wanted. Stream Elements. Let me check out Stream Elements. Hold on. What? Why is the Stream Elements bot banned on my Twitch channel? What in the world? Can I see? Okay, I gotta figure this out. I'm gonna tinker with all this later. It is after midnight. I need to get back to working on Blender and learning about animation. Yeah, it's weird because it's showing the Ko-fi bot. It's showing the Ko-fi bot. But it's not showing something else. It's not showing anything else. Yeah, it's some weird glitch on my end. I gotta figure it out. What's really funny is when I do the actual like playtest stream of can I see when this? When I do the actual playtest stream for whatchamacallit, Gitter, I'm probably not gonna stream on Twitch just to avoid issues with like copyright stuff. It's not showing up on my screen. I have my chat set up so it should show up on my screen. Streaming tools. Overlay. I have chat overlay. Maybe it might be bugged, but it's not showing up in my restream either. My restream isn't showing up with it either. Hold on. Hold on. I have a window in because I have restream for streaming on both YouTube and Twitch. And since I have my restream connected, it reads that, but why? Hold up. I can see this in this. Hold on. Why is this not? Okay, hold on. Copy URL. Oh, that one is from Restream. Okay, the YouTube one is from Stream Elements, but this one is from. How do I change my? That's why. Okay. All right. Let me. Okay, so there is an error between Restream and Twitch. I might have to disconnect and reconnect Twitch. I'm going to end stream and I'm going to fiddle with some of that later. I'll fiddle with some of that tomorrow. Yeah, scuff day. It's a scuff day. It is a scuff day, chat. Okay, and Yeah, it says there's an issue with... Why is this opening in... Oh my gosh. Why does AVG keep setting itself as the default browser when I'm trying to... Hold on. Okay. How do I... The connection with... Hold on, is it even streaming? Yeah, it's streaming to Twitch. It's just not picking up anything from Twitch. But Stream Elements is picking up stuff from Twitch. I don't even know what's happening right now. So there's something between Restream and Twitch. Okay. Let me check my docs. Hold on. Yeah, it shows that I'm still live on... I'm not saying it's you. I'm not blaming you whatsoever. I'm just trying to figure out what's happening. I'm going to do something. I'm going to try something real quick and see if that clears it up. Okay. Somebody say something on Twitch. Somebody say something on Twitch and see if it comes through. It works now. I just had to disconnect Twitch and reconnect it. Hello. Okay. So apparently it bugged out at some point and I just needed to disconnect Twitch and reconnect it, which I would not have known if I had not checked my dashboard for Twitch. Like, Restream is supposed to like solve all of that. All right. Yeah, at least I solved it. It just bugs me because like I missed people who were watching me on Twitch and I could have been responding to them. And it just bugs me. Like, yes, the bug took a critical hit after landing a few crits of its own. Oh, wait. Hold on. Oh my gosh. Chat, I just discovered something. So this whole time, when I was like manually rolling, all right, good night, Chicken Mans. It was good having you. It was great having you. I think you're a wonderful person and you are a valuable member of this community and the world. I'm glad to have you. Good night, Chicken Mans. So that whole time when I was doing that test, I was manually rolling the damage for the enemy's attack. And I did not realize that if I just clicked the attack button, it would roll the damage for me. That speeds up so much stuff. Oh my gosh. Let me see if it did it. Let me see if it does that for the critical hits. Here we go. Critical. Is it landed? Here we go. No, it's critical, that one. And it even adds all the stuff for even for the crits. It does the crits. Oh my gosh. That's gonna make running encounters so much easier. That's gonna make running encounters so much easier. That was starting to bug me. I was like, that's really annoying that I gotta do that manually because not everyone's gonna use average damage, and what do you do with crits? But yeah, there's just a button, but it's poorly labeled. It should say roll here for damage. Perception first? Oh no. Already had a character die. And that's the thing, like, he could have, when I had that whole setup, if I'd realized that Kaiser could have just stabilized the mech from the inside, all of that could have been avoided. But I do like the mental image of Kaiser just like realizing he's losing. So I ran 2 fights, Jesus. The first one was I downscaled it to medium, and it was a medium. It was like 3-4-ish rounds. One character got really low, but it was a medium difficulty fight, so that showed that the encounter generation stuff worked. Then I pushed the limits. I ran a hard difficulty fight, but I increased the number of attacks the enemy had, and I gave the enemy a surprise round, which I feel like steps it up to very difficult. And I wanted to stress test if it was still going to be difficult when I stepped it up. Yeah, I didn't realize, because I was in the middle of running the encounter, that I had on OBS, I had my notepad in front of the browser screen, so no one could see any of the stuff happening on the screen in the fight. It was this intense battle where they were fighting. The setup was the 2 characters were investigating a nest of mechanical spider monsters, and they found the nest of spider monsters and this dark blader, this dark swordsman who was in there as well to challenge them, and they got jumped, so I gave them a surprise round. Most of the attacks in the surprise round missed except one thing. one of the spiders managed to web up the cleric, restraining him. Then the Dark Blader focused down the cleric, and as soon as the cleric went down, everything got difficult. And I forgot that mech pilots, since we're doing separate mech and pilot HP, if your mech goes down at the start of the round, you roll the death saving throw, and then your pilot can still take pilot actions, and one of the pilot actions is to stabilize the mech from the inside, which is a DC 10 machinery check, which is just a wisdom check. And had a whole thing where, like, the barbarian tried using one of the cleric's own potions to heal him, but then the enemy just, like, swatted it down and then kept attacking. The cleric ended up losing their mech, but that was because I forgot that they could do that. Like, they rolled a nat 1 on one of their death saves after failing the first one, and, like, raw, that means the pilot should have died, but I was like, let's just say the pilot ejected or got out before it blew up. And then I actually read, yeah, and the barbarian just kind of kept laying into the enemy in this brutal fight. By the end of the fight, and since I let I let the pilot climb out, so the pilot didn't die. But if this was regular D&D, that character would have been dead, like straight dead. And the barbarian survived through rage, like with cutting damage in half. The barbarian got down to, what was it, 6 HP? The barbarian got down to 6 HP out of 45 max. So, for a barbarian and a cleric duo, I'd say that was a pretty intense, difficult fight. The surprise round mattered, but the barbarian was reducing the damage. And the barbarian was a bear totem barbarian, so the extra ice and fire damage that the swords were doing were still reduced instead of being full damage. So that was a thing. And it wasn't until the end, because when I rolled the NPC stuff, right, I didn't realize there was a button for rolling the NPC damage. So I thought I had to manually roll NPC damage. So I was doing that all encounter. And I was like, this really sucks. And then I just Googled it just now. I was like, there's got to be like a shortcut, or like maybe there's like a plugin or something. And turns out there was a button for it the whole time. I just missed it. But I retconned it slightly, and I said that the cleric, after failing the first death save, stabilized the mech, because I rolled and the check would have been a success. So I retconned it and said that the cleric stabilized the mech but couldn't get back up. And so that on the next turn, the cleric climbed out of the mech and fired a guiding bolt and dealt all of 1 damage, because when a person scale target does damage to a mech scale target, the damage is divided by 10. He dealt 18 damage, so that divided down to 1. Which didn't super matter, but I feel like it's an act of defiance of like, I will not go down. Yes, exactly. Yeah, a little bit more and it would have been 2. But that proved that the encounter generation method worked. And these enemies are good. These enemies are good for this difficulty. The webbing made a huge difference. So the spider, even though the spiders didn't do any damage, the spider throwing out the web, even though that was the only, like the spiders had very little HP and they got blasted away very quickly. The spider just throwing out that web was a nice thing to make the fight more dynamic and more deadly. And the fact that it takes a full action to try to break free, like, so first round was the surprise round, right? Where the cleric and the barbarian didn't get to act. Then by the time it was the barbarian's turn, by the time it was the cleric's turn, he was already restrained. So he spent his action trying to get free, but he failed the check. It was a DC 11, he got an 8. And then he used spiritual weapon in order to damage the whatchamacallit, the spider. And then on the next turn he used spiritual weapon to finish off the spider and cast Cure Wounds on himself. Actually, that Cure Wounds was cast at 2nd level. So he didn't have a 2nd level slot for the Guiding Bolt. I forgot to keep track of spell slots. I wish pressing the cast button would automatically remove the thing from the thing. But yeah, it was fun. Yeah. But the thing is, the 1 damage didn't matter because when he fired that 1 damage, the enemy mech had 4 HP, and then it was the barbarian's turn next turn, and the barbarian dealt 11 damage, finishing it off. That's why you maintain spell slots bad. Oh, goodness gravy, Jesus. Well, the thing is, hello, hero girls, good to see you. Spell slots got them again, yeah. When you're restrained in D&D, you can still do stuff. You just have disadvantage on your attack rolls, and all attacks on you have advantage. And you have disadvantage on strength checks, and yeah. Just as a reminder, tomorrow at 3 p.m., tomorrow at 3 p.m. I'm doing a special stream with Okusen to work on building Okusen's character. And then we might do a test combat then. We'll see how much time we have. We'll work on some story stuff. Oh, when you get restrained, you can't do anything? Oh, goodness, Nabiru. You know, do nothing. You mean somatic component? Jesus, do you mean somatic? No, somatic is hands. Verbal is spoken. Somatic means you need a free hand to do it, or a hand that's holding a holy symbol or arcane focus. Material is material. Verbal is that. Then somatic is manipulating your hands. Yeah, it's weird. I might house rule that. Say something like, if you're restrained, you can't cast a spell that has a somatic appointment. Mm-hmm. There is, what am I thinking of? I would say it would be a thing, maybe not a normal grapple, but on if you had the grappler feet and you restrained them, I would say that I would definitely be willing to say that like restrained is like you can't do anything. Trip to make sure they can't. Yep. All right. But also, you missed it earlier, Jesus. I talked about a new project I'm starting. Ooh, nice. Command grabs. Ugh. That reminds me of, I heard a story of someone who was playing, I think it was like a fighter that was like all about grappling, and their entire thing was that they were like a luchador. And there was one point when they were fighting a dragon, and I mean, there's a lot of ways to play a Street Fighter-esque character. Ever since they introduced the unarmed fighting style, there are so many ways to play an unarmed character, to play a fighting character. But with all the stuff that was involved, basically this person like come for D&D and drink. Hello, Vista Del Rey. The story I heard was that someone was playing like a, I think they were a fighter and they were all about grappling and they had all the grappling feats and they were like role playing as like a luchador or something, and they were fighting a dragon, and the luchador like was able to climb onto the dragon's back and was like, I'd like to grapple the dragon and pin its wing back in order to slam it down. How are you doing, Vista Del Rey? You missed it. I was running some test combats earlier. I was testing a new encounter, well, it's new to me at least, an encounter generation method for balancing D&D 5e encounters. And I did 2 encounters. One I did at medium difficulty, and it was a pretty medium difficulty fight. The other one I did at a high difficulty, and I well, the player characters won, but like one character straight up, like they straight up died. I'm using a mech system where like it converts D&D 5e into a mech game, so I kind of flavored it and said that the pilot ejected before the mech detonated. Vista Del Rey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Star Hunters, where we shoot through the stars, have wonderful adventures, live our dreams, and always stop to enjoy the memes. What is your mortal god? Oh, what did you make, Vista Del Rey? Aw. Give me a second. I'm going to grab some water for that hydrate redeem. My water bottle's empty. I'll be right back. And you can tell me about what your creation of yours, Vista Del Rey. over on Twitch. All right, I'm back doing the hydrate redeem. I just did my hydrate redeem. You ended up suplexing it anyway, Jesus. Nice. I think one of my favorite moments, players shoved evil Santa out of the sleigh and kept doing that and tripping so we wouldn't get wrecked by stomping reindeers. That sounds amazing. That sounds amazing. What godly abilities do they gain, Vista Del Rey? So they're born to fix something. I couldn't block the trample because of distance and too many, so yeah, we would have been screwed. Oh, goodness. Never underestimate the power of all those actions that aren't attack. That's interesting. That's interesting, Vista Del Rey. Okay. So then if the players cause things to become too unbalanced, you introduce a new recurring foe. Yeah, that's one of the things that's interesting about Pathfinder is its encouragement to like learn different maneuvers. Ooh. That's an interesting one, Vista. Okay. Alrighty. Out of the 39 that I've created so far, the last one had the greatest lasting results and effects. Ooh, that's a lot of NPCs to create. Oh, they can be players. How does that work with the player having like godly power or something? Like, how do you balance that? If you can't have two mortal gods, then like how do you balance that with? Okay. In a godly campaign? Okay. So if the other characters are gods, but they're gods that aren't like going against the purpose of the mortal god. So then the mortal god's purpose just becomes their kind of story arc and adventure. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. That's interesting. That's an interesting one, Vista. Now I wanna thinking about how Nabiru thought that I was just making up the story makes me want to like craft a short story around that adventure. Mm-hmm. That's true. They can be killed by normal means. Oh. Yeah, so many stories, so little time. I still feel so sad that for the entire second encounter, I didn't realize I had my notepad document up blocking the view of the battle map. Goodness. Sure thing, Vista. I'll think about it. I could do some stuff with that. I'll think about it. All right. It is going on 1 a.m. I am hungry. My stomach is growling. We've been at this for almost 4.5 hours. And, well, I mean, to be fair, the first like 2 hours were spent just hanging out talking and just doing some just chatting stuff. Which that's fine. Yeah, I DM. That was the purpose of tonight, was testing the encounter method, running some test encounters where I was playing the NPCs and the players. Anyway, welcome in Vista Del Rey. Let me put, if you want to join my Discord, I keep forgetting to turn stream elements, but what is how do I, why is my could have swore stream elements did a thing whenever I went live. Let me see if this works. Hey, stream elements bot works. That should be a link to my Discord server, where I post updates whenever I go live. Whenever I do stuff, I post stuff on there. Oh, you joined already? Okay. All right. I'm hydrating. Mortal gods. Let me make a note of that. Oh, really? That's cool. I might talk to you about that. Yeah, sure. If you wanna share some, you can either DM me on Discord. You should be able to see me on there, or you could post it in the artist channel on the Discord if you want to share it with the community. Oh, it's done? Oh, wow. Those are some really cool maps. What do you use to make them? Like, do you hand draw all this yourself? Ah, incarnate. Okay. That's cool. All right. Alrighty. Let's wind down. This has been a long stream. This has been a long stream. All right. For those of you who don't know, I like to speak positivity, joy, love, and peace into the lives of my viewers. I like to shout out everyone who said stuff in chat. I had to reset chat because it did bug out today, so I'm not going to be able to name everybody, but I will try to name everyone I remember who was here tonight. And then I will speak some words of positive affirmation as we do the outro, and then I'll look for someone to raid because we actually have people watching on Twitch. So we have Nabiru. I know Silva's around here somewhere. Okusen, Noel Main, Forever. I think LeMay was here earlier. Chicken Mans was here. Hero Girls is here. Jesus is here. Okusen was here. And to all those people, and to Vista Del Rey, a new member of the community. Yep, there you are, Hero Girls. To all of you people, I say thank you for communicating and for being a part of the chat. For anyone I missed, I'm grateful to all of you. And I say to all of you who were active in chat tonight, to everyone who wasn't active and just lurked in chat, and to anyone who watches this VOD afterwards, I say to all of you, I love you. And I believe in each and every one of you. I think that you are truly special, one of a kind, and unique individual with the potential to make this world a better place by living in it in your own special way. Thank you for coming to my stream. Thank you for being a member of this community. And thank you for helping to make not only the world better, but my life better. I appreciate your time, your attention, and your energy. I appreciate all of you. I believe that you are valid, worthy of love, deserving of happiness and good things. You matter. You're important. There are people that care about you. I say to all of you, remember the Star Hunter motto: shoot for the stars, have wonderful adventures, live your dreams, and always stop to enjoy the memes. And with that said, if anyone's watching on YouTube, because I'm streaming on both YouTube and Twitch, if you can make sure to like the stream, it helps the algorithm with getting it out to more people. It helps with me with letting YouTube know that people are interested in my content, and it helps with growth and development of the channel. I appreciate each and every one of you when you do so. And if you're watching on Twitch, then I'm really grateful that you're watching on Twitch. I appreciate you. I appreciate all of you, wherever you choose to watch me. If you have any friends or neighbors or aunts or uncles or coworkers or best friends, arch nemesis, nemesis to lovers, lovers to enemies, anyone that you think might enjoy my content, feel free to show them my content and invite them to the next stream. My next stream is a special stream that is going to be happening tomorrow. I normally do not stream on Saturdays, but I'll be doing a special stream at 3 p.m. EST. Going to be working on character creation with Okusen, working on some story stuff, and working on maybe doing some test encounters. We'll see what happens, how much time we have, and how long it takes. Well, I hope you have a good day at work, Vista. My next stream after that is going to be my regularly scheduled stream on Monday. My streams are normally Monday and Friday at 8:30 p.m. EST. I normally go to about 11:30 or 12 EST. Tonight we went long just because we started. We had a bit of time talking in the beginning. Oh, I didn't even get to this part. I remember Jesus was here on YouTube. I don't know if you're still here. I wanted to tell you and other people. Okusen convinced me to start learning how to animate on Blender, and my goal is to eventually take my love of giant robots and eventually produce and animate some kind of like mech skits or scenes that I could put up on the interwebs. Might get some free mech models to use. I like the mecha genre, but I very much love giant robots. That is part of my lore. That is part of my life. It's funny. I was talking about stuff earlier. Crispy Synchron was here too. That was someone who was here. Yes. And every time I talked about stuff, Crispy Synchron was like, I wonder what his special interest is. And I'm like, yes, I know. My special interest is giant robots. And it has been for most of my life. And Yeah, that was the whole thing. But I want to do that. I want to eventually produce short things that are like interspersed between having live action actors acting and then with animated scenes of the mechs fighting. That is what I would eventually like to be able to produce. I know it's going to take time. It's going to be slow. It's going to take time to build up the skill and to pick and to figure stuff out. But I am going to try doing it, and I've challenged Okusen to work on it with me. So we are challenging each other to work on achieving this goal, and hopefully I'll have stuff. I might do some like art streams in the future where I'm just like working on animation stuff. We'll see. We'll see how it pans out. Anyway. But yeah, next stream is going to be tomorrow. Then the next stream after that's going to be Monday, 8:30 p.m. EST. Chop it up. So I run right now the game I've been running for the last 2.5 years is Lancer, because I love giant robots, but I've kind of got a little bit burnt out on Lancer's mechanics and world. So I've been working on this stuff. I found a D&D 5e homebrew that turns it into a mech game, and I'm working on creating a one shot if people like it, and if I can get players that are scheduled for it, I might turn it into a series of doing episodes. We'll see what that all looks like, but it'll be something. Anyway, thank you all for coming. One last thing. Oh, actually, before that, if you want to keep up with what I'm doing, you could subscribe on YouTube, ding the notification bell. It'll let you know when I go live or when I release any new content. You can follow me on Twitch. That'll let you know, of course, when I go live if I'm multi-streaming. And you can follow on Twitch. You can follow me on Blue Sky Social, Twitter or X. You can join my Discord. You can like my Facebook page. Links to all of those things are in the description down below on YouTube and in the on the About page on Twitch. I appreciate all of you, and I look forward to spending time with all of you. I have one last thing to say. You do not have to donate to be here. You are not expected to give money to be a member of this community. I value all of you, and I'm grateful to have all of you here. And with that said, I do appreciate the people who do donate and help out with things and help make things possible for me that would not be possible otherwise. If you ever feel motivated to donate to improve the stream, to improve my life, to help me out with any number of things, and is financially safe and responsible for you to do so, you can do so at, I have links below in the description on YouTube and the donate button on Twitch. On YouTube, the buttons are, the links are for PayPal, where you can do a one-time donation, or Ko-fi, where you can do a one-time donation or sign up for a monthly donation. There are no rewards right now for the monthly donation, but it's more of just saying you have a tangible way that you want to express how much you appreciate my content. And the donate button on Twitch just takes you to Ko-fi, where you can again do a one-time donation or a monthly donation. Anyway, let's see if we have, I think we have people watching on Twitch. We do have some people watching on Twitch. Let's see who's streaming that I can raid on Twitch. Maybe see if I can find a D&D content creator. Someone I know. Might raid Roomba. Roomba's not... Roomba... Oh, Roomba's doing Zone of the Enders, the second runner. How long has Roomba been live? I love Zone of the Enders. Roomba's only been live for an hour. Yes, we are raiding Roomba. We are raiding Roomba. Be nice, everybody. Roomba's a great bean. All right. Anyway, good night, everybody.